Here we are again. Hope everybody's doing well. Let's see how rusty I am. It's been a week since or I guess almost a week since I've thought about translating at all. Hey T. Here I am. Okay. So, where did I leave off? Items. So I went back at the end of last Saturday's stream. I doubled back because I was like, you know what? I don't want to leave any of these pages. Oh, look at that! It is a shield. You're like a holy warrior. So I went back and went through stamina points. Learned that. Oh, where's the word that they use? Vigor. Learned the word vigor, which is cute. And then started working my way back through the item list and discovered, especially with accessibility mode turned on, or whatever they want to call it, spells are actually like a usable part of the game for me, which is awesome. So I was able to cast, singular bomb spells. Like those were neat. I think there are others that I can cast, but I'm not sure yet. So let's see where I was. Moment of safety, this or that. Yeah, going through items. Oh, I mean, there still may be aspects of doing those that I'm like, oh, that's unreasonable. I'm not gonna figure out all of those, but at least I can like attempt them reasonably, right? With some confidence like that. That makes a big difference. Fire everywhere. And ow, 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 ow. That's where I left off with the spell to cast that. All right. Well, right back into it. Let's see how much I can remember. Have I started memorizing runes yet? Not like with flashcards or something, but there's definitely, the hard part about it is that any sort of retention is mostly happening for a couple of days and then gone for 5 days until I come back. So I haven't internalized it as a part of my life. So no, I haven't really memorized it. Okay. the structure in the letters. Yeah, I'll keep going this way. Appreciate it though. What's up, Navish Lad? So I know looks like a game stream. Doesn't sound or feel like one. I've played through most of Tunic at this point. I don't even know how much of it the gameplay wise is left, but there are definitely some things I still want to explore in the game. Right now I'm translating the manual. I'm translating the game's manual because because not enough games give you fun stuff like this to do. It's almost like ARG content, which is pretty amazing. And I used all my toner, so I might as well. No, I did not. Hey, what's up, Jesse? Long time. How's life? Oh, okay. I don't even know. I don't even know what that means. But okay. Yes, we are. The difference now, though, is that I actually know how to translate the stuff finally, rather than just my guesswork. Actually, systematically moving through. I mean, we're all the way up to page 17 of this manual. Don't think about how many pages there are. That is not helpful. That is not necessary. all that matters is progress. And sometimes a glitching screen. What's up, Rex? You have an 8-hour session? What have you done? Why? What on earth? I mean, cool. But also, yikes. Moved from weekly to once a month. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Oh, is that what that's for? And then session with the TMP and gang on Sunday, and first session of your weekly game on Monday. That's a lot of D&D. Hope you enjoy it. Hey, Nicole. Yeah, things are going great. I've worked my way. I mean, really just continuing. I was halfway through the items last week. So I'm on page 17 of the manual. Basically just going page by page. Tonight should be getting to a lot of the more exciting stuff. I started last week to go like, oh, let me just jump around, and then it was just like bothering me. I'm like, did I really do all this work to not systematically go page by page and make sure I've translated every little bit that isn't here? So we're doing the whole deal. What's up? Not quite orange. What's up, Sunshine? Yeah. Yeah, that's not so bad. There are worse things. That's true. That's true. I do, man, especially when I've been editing so many of my stream clips. I think not posted yet, but I've edited almost all the way through August, and it is rare that I can share anything meaningful verbally while also doing whatever it is that I'm doing. Like as I'm editing, I'm like, it is so, like I'll sometimes punctuate here or there with like doing something, but I mean, just like obviously this is very, very unique, and like translating occupies like all of my brain to do, but it's I'm always stopping like whatever I'm doing, which makes it funny. I mean, I can listen. I'm sure I can chat a little bit, but it's definitely there's probably some analysis of brain activity that could explain why once like they can't use like one of the reasons that crafting pairs so well with watching somebody is because you're actively doing something, but it leaves you like, oh, I can listen and absorb this information that way. But if I'm doing something and then trying to get, it's the same reason it's a little bit different to even like write or create something while talking through it. It's usually kind of stuttery. No, I'm saying exactly the opposite. I can listen just fine, but it's speaking. Like I can hear I can take it all in, but it's almost like producing or creating in two different ways at one time. It's possible. It just takes effort. It's something that I might try to do more often, but then I'm like, well, I don't want to screw anything up that I'm working on or start sounding really dumb. Like it would have to be only certain activities, because I think this is even true with like game streams and stuff. When I'm playing games, it's like I have to like stop to speak well. Fair. Hey, I'm the one editing hours and hours of my clips. I'm like, well, sounds kind of dumb, but okay, we'll throw it in there. That's not how I would say it now, but just looking at a screenshot that I've taken because this little box is too small for my old eyes. subconstruct. Speaking of a safe community, Ryan, have you seen a decrease in the random troll users during morning streams? Seems to have gone down a bit more, like people are finding you instead of randoms. Could be. I think that what we're seeing, I think we're seeing more people getting the morning streams quicker, or the daily streams faster. I think the on-screen stuff was like huge for that, and should have done that a long time ago. I do think that it will help to begin. I need to start making, starting with the daily encounter streams, you know, probably unlisted shorts that we can link to when people go like, what is this? It's like, here, watch this and then come back. Watch this and then come back. That way I can sort of perfect and give my spiel for what that stream is without having to do that every time. I'm getting good at it. I'm figuring out what the script for that should be, because I've had to say it sometimes 2-3 times during a stream. No, not that, Jesse. But I mean, if you were enjoying a stream, you know, as a regular, and every 2 minutes, especially when it's a stream that's like 30 to 40 minutes, usually maximum already, if every 2 or 3 minutes you had to hear me explain the same thing again, and hear the same thing again, and hear the same thing again, I think it would actually be off-putting eventually, where it's like, ugh, this is such a drag. So I think having an explanation that, you know, would hopefully be worded in chat, and then like, here's an example, or just like watch and you'll see. I mean, honestly, I think I need to do that for more of my streams. Yeah. So that's something that I've been thinking about, using What do you know? Using videos to help explain things that I may repeat all the time. Exactly. That's a pretty consistent experience, and it's just begging for a short command. You know, the short command would be something. What I would change my script from here's the whole spiel into great question. In a couple of minutes, you'll see it as it unfolds. But if you'd like to, there's a 60-second explanation. Here's the link, right? Something like that. Or I don't want to dismiss people. I want to basically give them the choice. If you want to pick it up through context clues as we do it, stick around. If you want a direct explanation that tells you right now, here you go. Because to some extent, when people are asking like, hey, what are we doing here? It's a little bit like, it's not quite this bad, but it's a little bit like when you're watching a movie or a TV show with somebody and a new character walks in and they go, who's that? And it's like, I don't know. We need to find this out to get, let's use our context clues and let's watch it together. And let's figure this out, right? I don't have the answer. How are you given the answer to these things beforehand? So it's a little bit like that. So a little, I think, slight reminder that people can probably understand it as they go. Yeah, there you go, T. This is a stream you probably don't want to be in here. Yeah, something like that. All right, let's see how I did. Treasures and tools. Sword, is this the hero's blade or a forgery? Stick, just a stick. Shield, left by a rudeling, used to deflect blows. Unstable powder. Bomb, unstable powder made from the Fairy of the West Garden. Firebomb made from... No. This is the dynamite bomb made from Slorm, the pudding that goes boom. Which is funny. And then the firebomb... Fire everywhere, and ow. Keys. You need a key to open one of the rare old doors. The key disappears. Which is a funny way of saying that the door, like, eats the key, like you only get the one, but I'm pretty sure that's what it's indicating there. The key disappears. Fruits. Eat fruits to restore HP or MP. They are gone forever, so snack sparingly. So it's a fun way to connect it to sort of the ruined world that we're in. Hot pepper / ivy. One is spicy, one is minty. Gives a boost to attack or special. Effigy. This one's a fun. Effigies of betray for coins. Each betrayal is sweeter than the last. Eep. The lure. Doll of the beloved hero. Foes will be tricked. Golden coin, a special treasure that allows a wish. Use it well to give to Wish Eater. Cards are ways to be inspired to unusual greatness. Some items use the power of your soul. This is the magic items section. Magic points refill when you rest, but there is a finite number of souls in the world. It's indicating... particular part of the UI shows uses left. Even a drop of magic is enough. Or no, a drop of MP. Note, Holy Cross is more than a mere item. Magic potion section. Lifeblood of the hero. And blank to restore your will to go on. So, okay, so I skipped it. I think this is one of these weird... It always throws me off when I think these are written with half characters. So I think, like... Let me take a look at this one again. Because like the word ends with the F, or the F sound. Where am I? Here. Right, so it ends in F. And then before that is the is wa or is ooh, yeah. Quaff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that word. That's something to restore your will to go on. Mysteriously refills whenever you touch a checkpoint. Find some, and you get a free flask. Talking about these pieces. Offer up ash to make your magic potions more potent. It is said that ash of heroes fortifies the blood. That is saying quaff to drink. Okay, that makes. I guess I just I don't have that word in my dictionary. Right, so that makes more sense then. With the effigy, it goes 8, 16, 8 HP, 16, 32. So okay, all right, great. If you seek to increase your power, not as much to translate here. Page 18. Page 18. Be a teacher and a student. I was in high school. Guy was on the football and basketball teams, but he started slipping grades performance. All of it. Turns out during practice, he was putting the vodka in his water bottle. Holy cow. Huh? It's a curious choice. Yeah, that's a horrific reaction. That's a horrific thing to do when discovering that. It always comes across as such a, who am I to like criticize parenting or whatever, but that old adage of like, oh, found you have cigarettes, now smoke the whole pack, has always felt like such a, I guess in our lingo it's like kind of like a dumb giant's reaction to a problem, where it's like, okay, you like this thing, will you like an unreasonable amount of that thing? Dodoy. Meanwhile, it's like, hey, don't you think there's maybe some other stuff going on here that, like, probably some conversation and sort of unpacking of this idea is probably a better way forward rather than using a club? Well, it's definitely like a generational parenting thing. It was around in the same, maybe it was a little bit after, but around the same mindset as like, don't use that language, we'll wash your mouth out with soap. Like, it's all that like bad, really terrible, really just terrible ideas from people that, I mean, you try to look back at the past with empathy because they didn't have access to the kinds of information that we do, but it just is like it's like a so lacking in sort of empathy and understanding for other people, and it just kind of comes across very brutish. I don't know, I have a hard time understanding a lack of intuition about some of those things. That's a challenge, especially when those same folks often will defend those practices. Now I'm like, okay, well now the timer's up. It's like ding ding, like you don't get to hide behind ignorance anymore. Like, we all know this is pretty terrible stuff to do. Risk on offering to. Yeah, on its own, but mixed can be quite nice. Because it has such a clean flavor to it that it pairs really well with lots of really good tasting things, and then that could be kind of fun. So that's, yeah. But on its own, yeah, I would tend to agree. That's such a good point, Jesse. Such a great point. It's so true. first 3 Fallout games. Is that what we should do after this? Let's play some Fallout. Rain, dude. I don't even know that I am lacking in the Fallout games. I know there were a couple of big game sales. There was some big game sale I think I did last year. I spent like $80, got like 200 games. It wasn't quite that crazy, but whatever. Like there was a big one not that long ago. Fallout might be in my collection, and I just haven't even installed it or tried. So I'll have to go look. Whenever I had like said, "Oh, I'm gonna start playing games more." I don't know though. I don't think. I mean, wouldn't that dwarf even this lengthy playthrough of Tunic to play Fallout 1, 2, and 3? Wouldn't that just take up the rest of the year? I'm only playing on weekends. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would. Makes sense. It does take a lot of practice. You think? Are we? Wait, are we getting a blueprints too? What are you talking about? That'd be wild. whatever the next one is. Interesting. I mean, it rarely can, right? Especially because when it comes to gaming, sequels often means like do that thing again. It's just like sequels anywhere, right? It's the rare game concept that I feel like can contain multiple. Like I think ironically, BioShock was one of those that, for as much as it sort of went in a weird place, and who knows if we'll ever get another even spiritual successor to that game, like that concept could carry, right? I'm honestly not sure that Blueprint. I think that I'm not sure Blueprints could have a sequel in a way that was very satisfying without it being a very different kind of game, which could be interesting. But I think it might just exhaust the lore. I think it might take something that was pretty decent or really really good and make it more paper thin. Like I don't think that world probably has another round in it. I think it makes sense for that. It was almost ready made for that experience. But I hope that they tackle something totally different and new. Sleep. When Crane walks up next to my chair and he's just like, it's like go lay down, cat. She's got those like, he's barely awake, stumbles over here. He did. That was I think that yeah. Well, he certainly doesn't care about that. He doesn't lose sleep about that at all. Yeah, but it's also hard because I mean, I'm doing what 12 whatever streams in a week. Like that's not reasonable for any single person to keep up with. God, wow, that's very kind of you guys. The corporeal. I know those. Yeah, it's obnoxious that they don't track streaming time. It's too bad. I really need to post the follow-ups. It's not finished though. Like it's finished, but it's not finished. Because I couldn't stay up any longer. I didn't want to wait for it to dry to do more. But that's how it ended up. So there needs to be more activity down here in the front. I want some like kind of mossy like patches of grass and growth and stuff like that. But I mean, in terms of being like a high concept, like, hey, let's make a broken wall, and it just needs more detail. I want to come through with a couple more like dry brushes and things like that. I got to a point where I was like, basically like everything was wet. And I'm like, this is that's what that's gonna be. But I mean, not bad for being like, this was basically 5 hours, so pretty good. It's just because I've been in such a mindset of doing tiny bricks. That's all. Makes it easy. And thank you for the nice words. Thanks. Oh yeah. It was shoot, which one was it? Was it this one? I don't know if it was this one or not. Yeah, there's some of the tracks that are fine in the background, but when you're, yeah, when for whatever reason it doesn't always fit. Construct mentioned that you guys were criticizing someone else's runic use in some other game. See? Yeah, way too much for now. Let's go back to this. It's just not really my vibe. I bet you are. Well, also because the center line is a lie. It's a lie and a trick and offers no help, really, anything at all. What's up, Determined? Welcome to the stream. I am translating the pages of Tunic. Okay, so page 18. If you seek to increase your power, risk an offering to the air. The price goes up each time. As the shore bleeds one of falsehoods and memories, the air hungers for reminders of the corporeal world. Offer these mementos and share a delusion of power. Warning, pilgrims to the shore are stripped of this false power. On to page 19. I have to reference my screenshots for these lighter text. What's up, Des? Somebody must have gifted a sub to you, or gifted a sub in general. They get added. And I'm basically just grinding through them on page 19, just one page at a time, translating what it says. Oh, that's cool, Des. Doesn't sound familiar to me, no. Oh yeah, what game is that? Interesting. Experimental puzzle game. Okay. Might as well give it a shot, right? Right. That's yeah, it does. That's the impression I've gotten of it too. That's neat. Yeah, let's tell a story, get some stuff, right? up, Eli? See a construct. Have a good one. What's up, Otter? No, I think it is a different shade. These are the kind of subtle little updates YouTube pushes out that I don't think they even mention this kind of stuff to people. The thing is, right now, in case you're playing a game, is the controller on top right. I mean, the game is on. Yeah, we've got brick updates once I finish the tower. Okay. All right, page 19. Not really what I expected it to say. Interesting. All right. So, oh no. Bad news, the Ruin Seeker has run out of health points. But wait. A strange being has given us another chance. Such a debt is a dangerous thing to have. So that's weird. You can do it. I never would have. Future cycles look back with faith, knowing the course. Persevere and be sure to boost your power despite the cost. It's like, okay. It's one way to say that, I guess. What was, but is now not. The ghostly form is an echo of self. Touch it to break its connection to this cycle and let it drift back into the shore. Be kind, as this is your fate as well. Cards can change its nature. What? So we'll take a closer look, especially because I'm not even entirely sure what this picture is depicting. So take a closer look at that in color. Page 20. Oh, I will. I will, because that's some weirdness for sure. But I can't divert and explore every little thing right now. Go lay down. This song is... Yes. It is, it is. There better be, right? Yeah. So the printouts that I made here, so one of the things that I really like, which is it's a, you know, I guess it's sort of like prop making or like anything else, but I really like, you know, artifacts from other worlds, which is the most kind of fancy fantasy language I can use to describe it. Things like I think I made a video about it. I think the earliest I can remember being like taken in by this idea was the Talk Boy from Home Alone 2. I remember as a kid being like, that is the coolest thing ever. And it's just a little cassette recorder. It's not that, I mean, it did look really very 90s, very awesome. But that idea that it's like a thing from there, right? You know, one of my collections of things that are like, you know, like there's a company that makes poker chips that look a lot like that scene in Casino Royale, right? Obviously replicas. I like things like that. And there are certain things that sort of catch my eye. One, actually, now T's experienced enough of it to know why, the map of the caves from Dark is one that I'd like to make. I've done a bunch of research and screenshotting and thinking about that already. Knowing that it may very well be like an impossible prop to make, but it would be really, really neat. I'd really, really like to have it, especially because there's technically like multiple states. There's multiple versions of it. It's like, it's like right in square in my wheelhouse of like, I love maps with a purpose. I love maps with multiple layers of purpose. So there's this map in this show, Dark, that gets passed around to different people. This isn't spoiling anything, but originally it was like a diagram, like more of like a spatial, like architectural almost of this area, and then people have taken notes on top of notes on top of notes. I love that. I love the map storytelling stuff. All of that to say, the reason I spent so much time creating my own version of all of this, like I'm sure people I could have found quickly and printed off copies, but I screenshotted everything myself and sort of reassembled it. So I have my own sort of digital copy of this manual, and it's because figuring out how to go about printing this thing in a couple of different states would be a really fun project. Now, these are things that when I talk about like making the prop from Dark or figuring out how to get this right, I don't know what this is not like content that makes a ton of sense, but it's stuff that I really like. So if I can find a way to make it mean something, I will. But like it'd be nice to try to make, because the thing about people in the Discord found a place that's selling a deluxe version. Yeah, and that could be interesting, right? But I know that there's stuff that I have an eye on with a reproduction of this manual that I'm not sure everybody would. So like when I look at it, the charm of it is that graphically they've showed it in use, but you can't reproduce that in print. So the first thing that you have to do is clean up all of the damage. You have to reverse what they've done graphically so that you can print it clean, so that you can then actually mark it up and crease it and add the marks like post printing, right? Assuming that you even can find the right like printing process and have access to reasonably do it. So I'd be curious to see like their reprint of it, because I know the version that I have in mind that I would like to own is one that would be almost unreasonable for anybody to make, unless that's part of like a really expensive. I know, yeah, the CMYK misalignment is like, but also even just in simple stuff like all of the markings. There's tension creases and stuff like that. The whole thing's only $45, so they're not doing any sort of post-production like, you know, what's that called? Like damage or texturing or whatever. But it might be a good reference. It might be interesting to see where they made, you know, exceptions, right? But I mean, these are things. It's like, well, maybe I could probably find some justification to make a video about it sometime. But then I always think I think too pragmatically about like that video is going to draw people to my channel, and then they're going to look at my other videos and go, "What the heck is the point in that?" I'm sure you'll be able to find that. Who can be trusted? No, that'd be an old capture card. So, you guys will. Let me. Oh, here. Yes, scrap. No. But I have to explain. So, my streaming setup is made up of three computers. And you say, what? Why 3 computers? Well, it didn't all happen at once. Let's forget about this. I've got these lovely Mac Minis. And I mean lovely in both the positive and the negative, because there's a lot that I like about them, and there's a lot about them that's too cute to be useful. So I have one that I stream from, and I have one that I work from. Now, that doesn't mean that the work doesn't have to do with the stream. What I mean is that this, let's call this number, well, the stream computer, all it does is take whatever visual it's given and send it up. Visual and audio, it's taking whatever it has and streaming it to the web. When I say the work one, what it's doing is it's got all the stuff that I'm doing. So if I'm doing editing, if I'm in Photoshop and InDesign, whatever is going on, this also takes in my camera. I can draw a little camera. And all this does is provide this visual to the stream computer, right? So this is key. If you're going to do any sort of, like, honestly, any type of streaming almost entirely, it makes a ton of sense, because you want to be sending out the best quality stream that you can, and that takes up a lot of processing power. And you can't really share that with all the stuff that you're doing if you're doing anything other than, like, I don't know. But this is super common, right? Normally the one piece missing, notice I mentioned, like, Adobe programs, and, like, I'm doing editing, and maybe I'm editing a video, and then my camera. The one thing I didn't say is games. Right? That's normally the separation that people are using here, is they have something that's doing the streaming, and they have a different system where they play their games, because games are intensive, streaming is intensive, and they separate it out. Well, because I made the genius decision to primarily work on Macs to do all the stuff that I do, again, I'm using it in both senses because I really like doing it and I don't want to change, but it's also annoying in a lot of ways. Because of this setup and because this was working for me, gaming became a bit of a problem. So for a little while, I was like, there are certain games that I could play on my Mac. Not very many. And so we have PC. Well, what does the PC do? PC plays games. PC handles this, actually. There's a little insight you guys would never otherwise need to know. This has this work machine has the face camera fed into it. This one has camera A, camera B, camera C. This does camera heavy lifting, because camera heavy lifting is a thing, cat cam. And this has the one job of sending all of that to here. So, and I can tell, because different things, different errors look different ways because of this setup. If we see a flash, I look at it and I can tell, is that breakdown this capture card? Or is it a breakdown of this capture card? Because it's two capture cards. By the time you guys are seeing anything from here, from this camera A, or from a game, it's passing through two hops to get to the stream computer to go out. So when my face disappears, and sometimes I'll switch to, like, the map background, oftentimes that's this one is breaking. I think, though, well, I don't know. I think that what may be happening, I couldn't tell. The couple times it flashed, it looked like it was everything, so maybe it is this capture card, but this is the older capture card, the one going from the PC to the work machine. So it could be that one. But it just means that every time there's something wonky, it could be one or the other. Yeah, I mean, I can always roll it back. Probably won't be hard to find it on the scrub bar, because it all went pink, but it could be. It could very well be new capture card. So then I just give it time. We'll see if it freaks out. I've heard some streamers recently switching to a network screen share, which is technically possible with even with OBS's cameras and like their iPhone app that I use for my cameras. I forget what it's called. It's like NVI or something like that. There's some like network protocol screen sharing that if you have a router that can handle it, it's like better. And it's like, ooh, that could be good, but I haven't investigated that yet. NDI, SDI versus NDI is cable video versus network video. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the whole setup seems. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense as long like there's probably efficiencies that could exist, but I tend to like to. It's like, well, if this pattern works, and I need more, then I need to extend that pattern out, and I need to do, do that again, chain that up. What's up, runner? See, Otter. You can use cards. You could use anything. I mean, is there more context for your question? I'm not sure if I know how to answer it well. Is there something that could be easy for the players and me? Do you guys use D&D Beyond at all? That's sometimes an easy way to like show people their options and let them sort of build stuff out. DndBeyond.com is a website Wizards of the Coast manages that you may be able to have an account and create a character sheet for free. I think Dungeon Master's trying to use it in certain ways. There are fees attached, but it's just sort of a digital player sheet for people. Okay. So the Cyan Peril Ring raises defense when you are in peril. The Inverted Ash. Something potions restore MP instead of HP. Is this that? This is Quaffed Potions, isn't it? This is that. I had that somewhere else. Stupid word. Like I had it, but I was like, I don't even know. Yeah. Stupid use of word, but it's fine. Lucky Cup. Foes leave hearts to heal you a bit. Rare. Muffling Bell. Sneak, sneak, sneak. Foes notice you less. There are many more cards. What do they all do? It's a secret. Page 51. Up here then, cards can grant powerful inspiration. Change them often depending on the challenge you face. 1, open your inventory. 2, choose the slot icon. 3, choose a card to memorize. Wells and Coins. Granting wishes requires payment, and further inspiration requires wishes. Those who wish enough can be formidable indeed, but to whom are you giving payment? Choose wisely, Ruin Seeker. Well, my understanding is that we're granting payment to the where is it? The eater. The special golden coins, a special treasure that allows a wish. Use at the well to give to the wish eater. Yep, page 21. Help, hints, and clues. And more music. And bathroom break for me. I'll be right back. Each one as I decipher. You don't like my do the entire page over the course of an hour and then quickly read over? All right, I'll be right back. All right, hints and clues, page 21. Okay. I entered the temple, but it was empty. What now? Here is where a rune seeker would place 3 keys. Makes sense? Oh, I didn't do the top. Hold on. It's interesting how, yeah, in some of these I was like, oh, I was right. Just through context alone. Okay. Oh, I see. So this is... Yeah, basically, right? So this is what's trying... It's pointing at the circle and swapping their position. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. So I'm stuck. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so stumped. Here's some clues for you. Try to help your friends if you can. You know, I'm stuck. Where are the keys? You can't find any without prayer. What was on page 24? Or wait, we're not even on to page 24. Gotcha. That's referencing. Okay. We'll translate that. Going to need to be able to navigate around. Can't find any without prayer. Okay. Traverse. Traverse the far shore with platform and probably prayer. Okay. What is the look to the stars and to page 49? Okay. Checkpoint says dead. Must see to the core. Look for a nearby blarg. Old. Barren ground is too hard. Why? It is a place of despair. Only ghosts may enter. Not bad in terms of hints. So far. This is where my guesses began to drop off quite a bit. What's up with the door? I got all that. Tomorrow will be a marathon of grading, so probably also a marathon of movies. Any recommendations for movies that are fun, but that you can half watch? Fun and half watch. Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters is a good half watch. There are lots of little moments and scenes, but plenty that you can just sort of let fade into the background. It's not, plus there's lots of montages and things like that where I find that stuff easier to check out of. I can certainly do that with any, there are lots of Bond movies. You could say Indiana Jones would be a good, kind of in the background movie. What's up with the door in the mountains? All the clues you seek are here in these pages. Yeah. So that tells me that... Where is it? Where's that stinking thing? So these correspond to the pages themselves. I haven't thought much about it at all, no, except that's a place I'm going to need to go. Something to think about. I mean, it seems like the, last thing I could certainly do. I wasn't. It's a helpful hint because it's about the pages. Because it's like, oh yeah, the page numbers do go up high enough, even though I don't think I have all the pages necessarily for that, or I'd have to look closer at them. Maybe I do now. I guess I assumed it was some way of mapping those numbers to screens or places in the world, like that there would be clues in these different ways. But if it's within the manual, it's okay. Interesting. I have plenty of ways to analyze that problem. Okay. All right, we did that. How do I defeat the heir? Gather the relics from the hero's grave. Makes sense. There is, how many pages am I away? There are a couple of things that I like really wanted to like skip that I've had to hold myself back from skipping to. Like stuff in this that I've always wondered what it is, but I'm just like, nope. Systematically page by page. Because if I go through and if I find certain things and then I ignore other pages, I'm never going to. And it's like at this point, with all this time I put into it, I mean, I guess it's a little sunk cost fallacy, but it would just seem silly not to actually experience translating everything. If I wasn't going to do this, why did I spend so much time? Get a closer look at this character. It's drawn over, and my printing does not. Perhaps it was throwing me off because I was like, wait, is it like the line goes straight through? And I was like, is that a... It seemed like it may have been another character. Okay. Yeah, how do I open the door? These doors, seek the Holy Cross. Can I go back to how things were? Perhaps there is a way. Maybe this is all a dream. Hint, hint, hint. Yeah, that's the other piece that I will probably want to do here is collect some other screenshots. Honestly, I probably won't need to. I think I can probably pull up and like live read some stuff just fine. That's probably what I'll do. Otherwise known as read. I do all that in my head. I don't. At least if I was looking at the visuals on the game, it would be clear. Some of my prints are pretty rough. I switched to, that's not going to be. No, that's a good way to do it. Beautiful. It's the there are yeah. Zooming in and looking for those patterns is a good way to find spells. For sure. Wish I had my save file to sell the hero's laurel so I could try this. No, man, you don't even know how I'm reading a riddle. That's fair. That's fair. That's such a stupid way to... Like, why am I not hearing this? Yeah. Oh, look, it even does a thing. Such a subtle, like when it's all nonsense, they literally take the 22 and reference the but that just shows how, like, only after, like, yeah, that was just registering as nonsense to me, but now it's like I've looked at these for so long and gone through them and through them and through them and printed them and all this stuff. It's like now I'm recognizing that. Which is clever. That means if somebody happened to spot it, they'd probably feel pretty smart. puzzle design after my own heart. The heck did they do? It says a place to go and a code to enter, but I'm not sure exactly, and I don't want to try it without you. Well. What's behind the waterfall? Do you know of the fairies? Turn to page 47 and look carefully. Yep, I know of the fairies. What's the next piece of the puzzle? Every page has a secret, even this one. How do I truly escape? Share your wisdom and break the cycle. overthinking every single new word. Never seen yes before. Like, what the heck is that? Okay. I found a trophy. Can I see them all? Yes, there is a place. Okay, so they're indicating here the bed, the house, the bed. This is leads the door, the Holy Cross room there. Trophies are all in there. That's what all that is. This was what a weird way to, but I get it, but yeesh. So get out of here. Leave me to my leave me to my deeds here. Yeah, it's a good page. Good page. Okay. Except it's cut in two, but I'll just have to deal with that. See ya. Do you know? Hmm. this one in my screenshots because dang, that's dark. Zeeps I've been playing for, I want to say 6 or 7 years. Not very long, really, in the scheme of things. There are a lot of people who have played a lot more than me. Still a lot that I'm learning. There's a mechanic here. There's a mechanic here that I completely missed. Because of course there is. You haven't found any good D&D YouTubers yet? Well, what are you looking for? I don't know a whole lot of D&D YouTubers aside from myself, but depends on what your perspective is on good D&D. Was I thinking different would happen? Thinking something different would happen because immersive. Okay, so you're looking for like actual plays, like people running sessions, stuff like that. I don't really do that yet. Like running sessions on my stream, I haven't really done that. Magic points refill when you rest, but there's a finite number of souls in the world. Did you say, why don't I do that? So all of the games that I run are personal games with friends and stuff like that. So the idea of, you know, making them sort of a spectacle, making it entertainment would kind of sully that game. There are definitely a lot of people that are doing actual plays that are doing, you know, D&D as entertainment, and I think it's fine. I've been waiting because I wanted to have an idea that sort of made sense. If I want to like run D&D for people, I don't want the observer element. I don't want anybody else to see it. That adds another piece. But recently, like this year, one of my goals for the channel is to run games on stream for the purpose of playtesting. So I do have a lot of game design here on stream and planning sessions and things like that. And so to be able to plan like a one-shot, run the one-shot, and then like break it down, you know, afterward for the channel and stuff, that type of idea is really interesting to me. So, you know, now that I have a reason to do it, I will be running, but it'll be for the purposes of like making better sessions, not just to, you know, run the story necessarily. I do, yeah. I've built a lot of stuff. So crafting is kind of a mainstay of stuff that I've done. Like I'll make physical props, but I also make like terrain and paint miniatures and monsters. So, you know, I like when D&D feels like it's hitting on kind of all those multiple levels. I like puzzle design. Crafting happens, you know, most days here on stream. I paint miniatures and monsters. That usually happens Thursday night right now. Kind of these weekend night streams are really targeted towards playing other games and sort of taking inspiration from them. So you can see, like, right by my face, I keep a death count for whatever game that I'm playing, in this case Tunic, but I'm also keeping track of, like, inspiration from this game that we could pull into D&D. So I've been doing that for a little while. Yeah, right now I run 3 games with friends. 2 of those games have been running for about 5 years, and one of them is about 6 months old. You know how I never saw crafting match have a physical monster made that you thought of in your mind. I mean, so to put it in perspective, what I say 6 or 7 years ago, when I started running D&D, I was like, I'm not going to use all this crazy stuff. I was just kind of drawing maps. I was like, this is totally fine. I started watching some Black Magic Craft, and really took to Jeremy's kind of teaching style and his sort of techniques and things like that, and started experimenting with foam and building terrain and things like that, based on his videos. And before D&D, I was not crafty at all. The idea of, like, I'm going to sit down and, like, make something with foam, or I'm going to sculpt something out of clay, hadn't done any of that. So I would say that I've been a crafter and a painter and all these things for only 5 years, less time than I've been a dungeon master. So all I can say is, if it interests you at all, I mean, I can show you some of the stuff that I made when I first started out, and it's not great, but you know, if you're willing to put in some time and iterate and experiment, what I found really empowering is that while I rarely want to make something just to have a thing, I'm usually making something for a purpose. So I've got a boss fight coming up, or my players have this really cool, like, mansion that they spend a lot of time in, or something like that. Like, I want to make the thing for the game. And you're absolutely right. It's really enjoyable. It's mostly for me at this point. You know, obviously players, I think, appreciate it, but you can't, on a long enough timeline, you can't just make things for other people. Like, you've got to find a way that it's like, oh, I'm doing this because I enjoy doing it. Otherwise, I'd probably be like, okay, that's enough stuff. I've made enough. I've crafted enough. Yeah, drawing can be a ton of fun. I've been working on that too, especially my biggest surprise of this last year for me probably was that my that I would sort of doodle here these zines up here, the yellow and orange books I started making a couple of months ago, based on some tables that I've been writing on stream. And so it's basically like an idea generation zine. But the biggest shock to me about that whole thing was that it would be a lot of ideas, but also a lot of like my own little doodles, which has never been like a place of comfort for me. Like that's never been something that I've felt strongly about, but it fits with this idea. So it's been like, okay, well, I guess I'm illustrating my own stuff now too. Right. Yeah. So I've been playing this game Tunic. You saw it. I pulled it up, the actual game, a little bit ago. So the collectible, the main collectible within the game are these pages of an instruction manual. There's a hidden code. There's a language or an alphabet within the game, and so I'm translating the manual. So I'm playing the game, but it's sort of an extra. It's sort of outside of the game. It's an optional thing, but I find this kind of stuff like really interesting. So that's why I've spent hours. For a while there, I was like working out how to translate it, and now that I know how to translate it, I'm just kind of going through page by page and figuring out what everything actually says. A lot of lore and some secrets, some in-game secrets. Yeah, it's not for everybody. Like I said, it's optional, but it's the kind of stuff that I mean, again, I really like the puzzle design side of things, so it's inspiring to see how a game like this does it. No problem. Good luck. Okay. Looks like we'll dig into all this stuff tomorrow. Not too bad. Not too bad tonight. Like I said, it's always a matter of kind of grinding back in. What did we do? We made it from page 17 to 26. And it's getting a lot easier to read. So that's good. Okay. That'll do. I'll pick it up here tomorrow. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Closer and closer to putting Tunic to rest. Not quite yet, but soon, I think. See ya.